Andy giving the shout out. No, it's alright. I'm a big subtle 6'6".
I know.
You know.
I never saw you. Imagine me sticking for a flagpole or something.
Aye, often. He's looking pretty boy. Aye, he's good at the moment. But as we gather through the town, George Square will be the proper measure. But yeah. But bigger than anything I've seen in a while anyway, like for this time, you know what I mean? So, we'll see. Even numbers in that town. Seen it everywhere. This illusion we put away. What do you reckon to that rail, by the way? What do you reckon to that rail, by the way? Do you think it will happen?
Just a little bit more. Or the white caps to get it, yeah.
Chanting if we say the sergeant's sporting a fashionable beard, which Police Scotland are looking to remove from the ranks of their officers. Seems a bit, what's the word? Fascist? I don't know. You know, King Jong-un. What his name is, that boy in North Korea. He likes to have everyone with the same haircut and style. That's what Police Scotland are looking for.
She's in there.
I'll do the kite thing, okay?
Off with his head.
one. I'm delighted that you're enjoying this content better than that of the wall-to-wall British propaganda of the coronation. Enjoy the salt tiles, not a jack in sight. So I hope this is a jack-free zone today, but I'm sure we might see one or two in our journey through the tune. Still joking at Doug did need a saddle. Massive. That's a very regimented march that boy's putting on.
Yes. Oh no, I love him.
Thank you.
How are you?
How are you? Yeah, I'm good.
Oh yeah, are you keeping filming you? Oh, banter.
What do we want? Independence! Where do we want it?
There's quite a few mainstream cameras here today. As you can see, they're all very good at getting in the way. Obviously not been to any indie marches in the past. Ah, there. I did encourage it by saying there was no Union Jack in sight over Mr. Hamilton has popped in the chat. Aye. Maybe your king, no my king. We need more of that. We need more music, more sound. Aye. Take a break though. Right, take it pieces and times. Hamilton's a banter. Each to their own. Everyone's entitled to opinion. This is social media. Let's try to be sociable, you know. Get on radio as well. Keep it at it. Doing well. Looking good. bit of a squeeze, get a few of these flags through here, but I'm pretty sure they'll manage it. They do every other year. Aye, Eugene, I think that's the critical point that Mr. Ian Hamilton missed out on there. It's born in Scotland, we are Scottish sovereigns. Gary Touches, mate. And Charlie and his brother up in that balcony with him today. Yeah. The epitomisation of the British Empire. Effectively what we're out here against. What do I know? I'm just a... pass. Big 6'6" guy with too much of an opinion. Aye, I know, liking the way that I literally cannot read any comments. Can't even see this 150 stars that have come through. That's about £1.50. So I appreciate that, troops. All goes into the piggy bank that we have at Indie Live, and we've got the crowdfunder on the go there as well, on the through the website, independenceLive.net. Pretty sure it is. I'm sure Kevin can, if he's picked up this feed already, he'll be hanging it to the bottom of the multi-feed stream at your watch. It's like magic. I bet he doesn't now. I bet there's no comment, there'll be something else there. But no, Kevin in the studio today making sure this all runs smoothly. We've got a full fleet of live streamers out and about, so if you are sitting in, 91 of you sitting in my stream here, welcome. Great to have you on board. Welcome to the party. So yeah, numbers are looking pretty decent thus far. 10 minutes into the march, and that's us just getting to I say our big first saltar, but this isn't a saltar. This is something completely different. I don't think I've seen this before. Oh, it's Wales, is it? I'll get it stretched out later on because there's a bit of a tight spot, but it's the Welsh Indies.
That country's bigger than ours,
I don't know if you heard that voice par there. He goes, their country's bigger than ours. They points at me, goes, look at him. Well, pretty big. I'm standing on a 2-foot wall as well, to be fair, so I'm a bit bigger than normal.
Confident to walk out of your employment if it just doesn't suit you. And you will know that you can pay your mortgage and keep your wage. And then you can try to...
This is all this is
Let's stay to the subline nowadays. You keep it pat. Hiya. How you doing?
Scotland.
Good man. Good well.
Hello.
Alrighty, hiya.
Catchup in Glasgow.
Maybe not, but if no, I'll see you at some point, eh? No, I'm working at 1:30. The brutal. I swear to God, I used to come to these marches after a night shift in my taxi office as a controller. So I'd get to the end of the march like a half-shot knife. The day I cut off the march to go to work. It is what it is. Well, technically, Conrad, you will be able to shake everyone's hand if we all get together for this Chain of Freedom in October. Stretch our hands across the country. Yeah, we're all then technically holding hands at the same time. So yeah, make sure you follow that on social media, because I'm sure you won't see that on the BBC. Hey, see a wee bit of this on the BBC tonight. Who knows, there's quite a few of their big expensive cameras out. But who knows? Aye, it's a good turnout. Well done to all those putting up with my patter on the live stream. Oh, 140s now. Wow. First time in a while I've seen 100 and plus people on Indie Live. So do us a favour, right? While you're here, all 100 of yous, if 50 of yous smash that reaction button now, any of them, even the hate one, if you're a wee unionist in here that's a bit like, this isn't for me, I don't like this content, just smash the button, let us know, let us ken. See, 120, you know, that's all it took. A couple of wee button presses and it goes up and down and around about the social media lands. I mean, don't get wrong, we're not Elon Musk, we're not going to get millions, but the more of you here, the better. Helps us with spreading the appetite for Scottish independence. So yeah, keep up the good work, keep getting involved. Keep saying hello to everyone in the chat, let us know where you're watching from. If I see it, I'll shout it. You can literally just see in my phone screen at the moment, hi Nancy. Hi Nancy. I'm sure that's referring to Nancy at the ND2 Cafe team down at Glasgow Green, getting ready to welcome everyone there. Not yet, Del Boy. I'll give you a wee kind of guesstimate once I see who's come through. But I was saying, I can't remember if it was streamed or not before I said it, but ultimately we'll have to wait and see. Effectively Glasgow, George Square, that'll be the best point to measure how big the turnout is, because that's where you get more people join on before branching off to catch their trains or whatever. So, plus it's a long walk from here. Just for the copyright Facebook bots that love to hamper us with their constant notifications. We do not own that music, it's used in fair context policy of the sovereign Scots. Please don't give us a copyright strike. I know. You know, time for business. Chad's coming through from the crowds. It's all in taste always. Yeah, see, exactly. Well, it's just exactly said what I said. They're going to be at George Square for 12 o'clock to meet the march. So, if you're the same, you're sitting on Facebook Live somewhere central Glasgow, and you go, oh, this is happening now. I didn't know about this. I didn't see it on the BBC or STV or any of the papers. Aye, because they didn't put this stuff here. But jump out, put on your shoes, have a wee wander through the town, come and get involved, be part of it. Easy peasy. That seems to be all the big flags passed, but there's a fair ton still to come through the back. Oh, that's banter. As if you're going to do a walk around Glasgow, that's how to do it. Riding on the back with a wig to keep your head dry. Perfect. Oh, God love the indie dogs. Oh, hit that button again. Sorry, folk. So we. Ah, see, I can turn the camera from there as well. Okay, sorry. Learning a bit of new kit. First time I've had it out on the road in Glasgow. There's that sun someone was talking about earlier on, making a brief appearance. Hopefully stays with us a good wee while. Wee Jen as well, out in the indie live stream. Believe it or not, I go to the feed here and it says there's still 32 comments, which is a nonsense. And every time I have to come in and out the chat to see the comments. Facebook at it. There's Robbie McDonald here. Robbie! Probably. Yeah. So we cover us on, that's all we need. You know you're Scottish, you count your summer in hours rather than days or weeks, you know what I mean? There's the Catalonians in the chat as well. O Mundo di Pilar. Try and get to that side a bit more. Oh, cheers Campbell, I appreciate it. So do all the other walkers and marchers and everyone involved in Indie Live, everyone involved in the grassroots Indie movement appreciates it, to be fair. It's certainly not a thankless job. It's a payless job. it's not without its thanks. And it's good to see a good turnout here as well today. Yeah, Cherry Freedom Group. Siobhan there, one of the organisers from that, so follow that through. I'm sure if you've not already seen it on Independence Live, you'll see a lot more about it in the coming weeks and months as we get closer. 14th of October, yeah, 14th of October. Remember, the 14th of October. Get your holiday requests in now. Shout out to Perth, 100%. Perth is a phenomenal, the heart of Scotland, eh? Right smack bang in the middle. Market, they're doing a great job, aye, other workers, aye, no me, my part was rubbish. Go to the main restream feed and hopefully there'll be some other audio in there, some nice bagpipe music. Been a while since I've heard the bagpipes, to be fair, they're miles away. But we'll do what we normally do. We'll wait to the end and we'll scoot through and see how long it takes us to catch them. Generally, you're talking before kind of start Sauchiehall Street. It's normal where we catch up with the head of the snake, but it is looking like a really good turnout, to be fair. It's getting better and better. There's still a few last bodies left to come out. End of the march, right? It should be good. Looks like we're going to have to put more. Maybe why the chat's not refreshing if I've run out of mobile data on that phone. Need to go to my Sky piggy bank. Sorted. Do you know, I was pure panicking. Because when I was stood there, I was like, oh, I've got no data. But look, 5 gig already in there. Problem solved. Technology, eh? What a world we live in. Right at the tail end here. See how long we can catch the front. Remember, everything we put on Independence Live is in the public domain. Unless you're a mainstream media, send an email. But if it's you're watching this back after being here the day, like, ah, there I am. Make sure you take a wee clip of it, screenshot, share it, let us know you were here. And this, to tell you the size of this, but normally they have this side of the road open and the other side closed, but they've gone for both of them today. One of the Indie Live team working away. Another stream watching another stream. It's like a paradox of streams. Love it. Good to see you, bro.
How you doing?
Good man. Good to see you made the effort down.
I was
Good for you, see?
10, 15 last doing that.
Aye, it's looking like a good turnout today so far. I was just saying in the stream there, normally the last few marches, it's, well, this side of the road has been marched and this side has been open for traffic.
Right.
And as you can see today, they've filled the whole road, so it's
Oh, well, that's a good indicator, that.
aye, definitely. Aye, we'll see how many pick up through the town and that, but...
Well, I know when Ian and Mary start joining in halfway.
Right, aye.
So, yeah.
So I think the real measurement will be who passes through. Out there that the Scots on the Royal Coronation Day took to the streets to say we want our freedom and we want it now. God, that boy gave me a funny eye earlier on there. Clearly wanted to say something to camera. Love it. So, roll, bro. I think this road initially was open, or planned to be open, and it just got snarled by the march. Always feel sorry for the drivers on a day like this, but it is what it is. people on the sightseeing tour of Glasgow.
Oh, Ian, how are you?
Oh, you did. I didn't see how you lay down there. I'm joking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
How's things, big
Good
man?
man. Looking good.
Yeah, you alive and all?
Aye. Are you? Oh, you got a cameraman now?
Sorry?
Have you got a cameraman
I
now?
have a
Oh, what is going on here?
Aye.
You're getting all the upgrades. You're getting all the staff. Aye, we're done. The way they change. Sorry, drivers. There's not too many more of us, promise. That's a lie, there's quite a few back there. Sorry, I've not read any comments, so let me get the other phone back out. Aye, Margaret, it's a good turnout. It's been do you know, the last time I seen anything this busy was Glasgow, January 2020, and something happened. I can't mind what. You know, I've just tried to block it out. Global pandemic and all that nonsense. Lillian, you're like one of the proper. I don't even know why you don't have a top. You think you don't have a top fan badge? Is that what that is? Diving by your name. Often see that as well. People coming out of their shops and their post windows to see what's going on. Get involved in the events of the day. Check out some of the other indie live streams, see what else is going on. I can see the bands up there. Aye, we're just getting closer. Going up with the big soul tires. It's a pretty looking, I say pretty, it's a pretty dark looking cloud up there, about to open up on us. So I think today looks like so far we've got myself, Ian, Chris, Jason, Lee Jen, and I don't know who that is because they've not put a hashtag with their name on it. That's 6 of us in Glasgow today. That's a good turnout from the Indy live streamers. And we've got static guys and gals that were the Gary and that at the end point as well. They'll be providing phenomenal coverage as they always do of the rally aspect of today. Unfortunately I'm only here for another wee hour or so. Then I've got to go back to the day job. On my way to get a copyright strike today. Oh. Yeah, it is honestly this band, and it's not the Proclaimers itself, it's their record label that makes sure everything that they produce is copyrighted and owned and infringed and aye. So that's why I've talked quite loud all the way through that there to try and help cover that copyright stuff. It's a nightmare. Coming up to Charing Cross, hitting the edge of the city centre. As you can see, it's pretty deep. I'm normally going to have a wee stand in that bridge as well, but I'll be honest with you, I can't even be bothered. I've not got the energy to go up that hill to go off and round back down. Oh, we've got a green light. Go, go, go! There's right now in the middle of, I say the middle of Sauchiehall Street. The middle of Sauchiehall Street and the city centre park. Sauchiehall Street goes for miles back that way as well, like, but I don't think I've given a Salvo a proper shout out today. Get involved with your local Salvo group. Springing up and down across the country. Mine, Salvo, Lanarkshire are roaring ahead. Get involved, sign up, sign the Liberation.Scot pledge as well. And part of the framework that's Plan B to independence, but very much becoming the Plan A, the way the politicians seem to be going about their behaviour these days. Distance. I mean, you can see more up there than I can, to be fair. Round here, take a shortcut. To be fair, I do have normally caught the front of the march by this point, so numbers are looking decent. Definitely in the thousands, don't know how many thousands yet. I really should have checked the time that I left Kelvingrove Park. I'm watching back in the street. It's important. It just gives me an idea so I can do my quick maths. I think this is another kind of key point about Glasgow. 2014, nothing was happening with the city's skyline and just felt very flat and stagnated. Flash forward to 2023, buildings like this going up everywhere in the city. Offices, accommodation, Barclays moved their HQ here. There's more on the way. Maybe they know something we don't yet. Another building getting built. Good news, everyone watching the stream. This is the last hill of the day. So I'll just show you just so you know the mistake I've made here. So I'll turn the camera around. Aye, stuck on my bloody Scotland bonnet today. It's warm. Right, back to the action. Just so you can. How you keeping?
I was waiting, I'm saying, what's number?
I was looking forward to the rest there, I've just caught you up.
I know, everybody just catch it up.
What's that?
Family friendly live.
Aye.
You know me, don't you?
Hello. What's your name again? I've not
Oh,
seen
right,
you.
okay. My dancing partner.
Nice to see you,
My dancing
Gibson.
partner.
I put a picture of me and you up not that long ago on my reels.
It's been about 3 years since I've been any of these.
Well, this is, you know, it's literally the biggest since January 2020, isn't it? Where we were doing all that dancing under the bridge.
That's where the stomach comes from.
Is that what it is?
The pandemic stomach.
Oh, I'm knackered. It's good numbers, by the way.
Aye.
I love this. I absolutely love this.
What do you love?
Do you think?
This.
Got a drink
I'm
party?
literally the first. I'm the first person in the line. And the first person. I'm the flag bearer, the leader.
Aye.
Marching for independence for you, isn't it?
Yeah. To help you.
Cheers.
Ready for drinking.
Oh, that's all. Made the mistake of putting this bonnet on. Oh. Can't take it off now, there will be a riot.
I'm ready for
That's why I didn't put mine on.
Aye.
Because mine does that enough.
I was half expecting the rain to come along, to be fair, but
Well, your skin's waterproof for Scottish.
it's just the rest of it I worry about.
Right, that's those guys.
There we go again.
Right, we're good to go, guys.
Man, I mean, literally, look. Unbelievable. Let's go City Council, get something done. keeping?
Alright, you.
Looking well.
This is a good song.
That is a really good turnout. See, when I went by that road and it was both lanes were taken rather than just the one that we had. Aye, again, there'll be more joining down here. So, I don't know, 8, 9.
There's been no monkey either.
No, well, he's coming in to where it's 5 p.m. I'll be too busy celebrating over the TV today.
Bending over.
Aye.
Meaty sausage fingers. Aye, it is big, like. Did you see when you left Kelvingrove? It's like pickles.
Yeah.
In the corner.
Aye. I'm moving with the mark, I'm coming back and forward always.
Aye, well, just playing up on the middle, please.
We are the people!
Independence!
She's going into the heart of the city now. Nelson Mandela Place. Here.
When we get to the green,
How are you keeping, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you, buddy. Really good turnout today.
Absolutely brilliant.
So we're probably maybe 25-30 minutes coming out the park.
Alright.
How was the train down week?
Fantastic. And I'm looking forward to it. Get back up the road tonight. This is important.
We are free for independence! Yes, yes, yes! We are free! Oh, Scotland, Scotland, Scotland!
Silent Klansman there. How you keeping? Looking brilliant. That's all good. Don't worry about it.
Come on, you're too quiet! Let's get up and running!
To be fair, it has been a pretty long walk, eh?
Huggy, huggy, huggy! Huggy, huggy, huggy!
How's it been, alright? Sweet, awesome. Happy customer.
So we had the wee ducks in, did you hear them?
The wee ducks. There's hundreds of wee ducks. How are you keeping? You're looking well. Look at this. It's impressive. You're looking good, man. By the way I see you again, I'm getting my bus in there soon, so see when I see you.
The Canadians, there's a Canadian flag to the left of us. And that's called our European one. Yeah?
Oh, is that what that? Aye, is it? You and Canadian. Oh, that's one of the TikToker boys. Ken him. Aye, to be fair, I feel like I've ignored the chat for a wee bit. Apologies. We get this other phone out, see what's getting said to it.
What do we want? When do we want it? Now! Exactly! Now!
100% Denise, independence is coming. Gwen Johnson, it is pretty impressive today. The Prince of Edinburgh has lost an American trapped as a slave wage pauper. You be glad. Based turnout, Wendy, yep, 100%. I'm literally just going to read out chat for the next, so if you want a shout out, you want a comment said, now's the time to do it. Because I'm reading them, I'm doing it. Paying attention, folks, I'm not just here for the banter. Here for you troops, put yous at the front and centre. Right by Paul, look, there he is. There he is, you stood right beside the silent. Look, this is his view. His view of the awesome people of Glasgow and Scotland, wandering through the streets. Oh, cheers Ali for the jumping in with the translation there, because that's a bit beyond my part of that. I can barely speak this English language. And je le petit français and le sprachen le Deutsche, but that's about it. Like, I don't even speak French and German, to be fair. Just at the wind up. Oh, thank you, Alison. I appreciate it. Best job on the planet. Be's a bit rubbish. No, do you know, see the pain, the happiness, the kindness, being amongst my favouring brothers and sisters from up and down across the country. You can't beat it. You cannot beat it. Some things are more important than money. Saying that, because I've got a wee bit of money now because I'm working, I was able to buy an umbrella, which looks like I'm about to have to put out.
Independence! No! Independence! No! Independence! No! Are you us, three Scottish people? Yes!
Oh, I was singing for there was a rendition of Flower of Scotland there going on earlier on. I'm sure you'll all be singing that today rather than the alternative. Aye, everyone, so let me give you my infamous guesstimate of today's numbers. I'm going to put it between 2,500. Oh, 2 dogs and a guy. 2 dogs and a guy. That was the numbers of the day. 2 dogs and a guy official. You heard it here first. I don't know. That's a kind of guesstimate. I think maybe between 40. So I was thinking 6 to 8. 40. 40 is a bit. I don't know if it's 40. I mean, it feels like it could be a 5-figure march. But the rally point will be able to tell at the end. There's a few hundred here gathered in George Square for coming down.
We are a nation! We are a nation! We are Scotland!
I can see most people are going by 8 to 10 wide. I can't even do the maths at the moment. My head's too hot.
Off with his head! He knocked to a stone!
On yourself! What do we want? When do we want it? Back on yourself, that's a fucking deal.
I have not seen anybody pick up a bank card. I can't see one on the road around us, but I'm sure. Just go on your app and block it until you get it back, like, easy peasy. I do hope you find it though, sooner rather than later. Alright, how are you keeping? Hey, look at this man with the cameraman. I'm so happy. When did I get a cameraman? You got him mic'd up? Ah, see, that's the mistake you made. You need to have a mic on him so it goes through the Bluetooth on that, so everyone can hear his rants. I suppose if he's in here, you don't like it half the time. Exactly. You know, we'll get him sparred on Facebook. I won't be at the cafe today because I'm going from here from work.
And London Road! And London Road! Yeah!
So don't worry about it, Yvonne, you're here, you're right, as I said, you're right here, you're right at the front. Right here with the indie dogs. I'm going to get a wee pet of this dog. Hiya! Lovely. You know, it's ironic that they a farce for good didn't bother to put a counter the day. It's such an important day for them. Suits us to a T though. You know, let them do their thing, we'll do ours. But then post on Facebook, carry on. There was only, as that boy said, 2 and a dog. As Big Ian here said, 8 to 10, maybe 12. I don't think 40. I think 40 is a bit OTT. But listen, count them. I mean, I'm not going to count them. I mean, they're still coming. We've not even had the big saltage yet, so this is what we were saying earlier on about how people join on. You can see just the number that left the park to here. They got from here to here. So yeah, aye, definitely in the 5 digits a day.
Oh, he's well done!
You can shove your Westminster government up your arm.
There you go. Man who makes all the flags. Cheers, James. There's definitely an appetite for Independence Alley, without saying it. And it is a great turnout. You're more than welcome. Thanks for being here in the stream as well. Thanks for that reaction button. I'm sure you've done that half a dozen times already.
Got you! Got you today. No sign.
Go on, two birds, one stone.
Well done, Mel. Look at the crowds here. I'm
Alrighty. That was Melanie there. It's not 5 million in the street. But listen, let's be honest, we only need to get 4% of the population onto the road at one time. And the day of all days, the way the weather was forecast, the way that the whole movement's been with the whole everything that's gone on with the COVID pandemic, you know, I can guarantee you, if there's a referendum and marches organised, you will see hundreds of thousands on the streets, everywhere at the same time. This is just letting those pesky politicians know we're still after it. We've no gone away. We were just seeds in 2014. Those green shoots have sprouted. Now as our growing beards and wearing strapping kilts. I don't need to get a kilt like that's unbelievable. Back on the go. Well, good to know, Chris, that you've taken the sensible approach and stayed at home with the flu. Hope you're feeling better soon. And yeah, everyone should be doing the same. If they're not well, isolate, you know, so that we don't all have to do a bloody lockdown again, man. Those are mental. Look at all these dogs. Everywhere. Love it. When you're in prison in America, oh, banner! You get Wi-Fi over there in the prison cells. bet your life in an American prison is no very fun. Alright, how you keeping? I'm not laughing. How long have you got left, Evie? Hopefully it's a few days, and no years. Well, the Americans like to lock people up for a long time, like. Get caught stealing a piece of bread 3 times from the same shop. It's a felony. And you're away for an awfully long time. Loving the commentary. I get to know, I'll be honest with you, the last few streams I'd done on Indie Live, I didn't talk an awful lot because I didn't ken, I just lost my mojo a wee bit, like. But has been a good break, and to be fair, probably another good break. Joy's been a full-time employee. Can't be doing all this moonlighting as an activist all the time. But no, it's been great to be back, and I miss you guys. Appreciate you tuning in and all your positivity. And I'll be honest with you as well, Facebook have been really thrown me under the bus, in the literal sense, no my bus, in the literal sense of removing the comments that I can read. Because it's all you guys, your comments, interactions, engagements, fuels my power. Gives me the creativity to come out with some amazing crack. Not the crack that you get over there, Evie, that's different kind of power over here in Scotland, like. Having a proper go at Evie. I apologise, like, you're probably not in an American prison. I hope you're not, for your sake. Hi Isabel, you're here, like, you're right beside Paul. The joys of social media day and age. We can be everywhere at any point at any time. Just have to Google it. I'm hoping I'll be able to stream the last of this as it goes by, but I need to get something for lunch before I start my shift. So I don't really know. Just tells you how big it's been. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to walk up to the end so that way I can say, right, cut the end out of George Square. And then we're done. Walking the wrong way through the market. Let's go right through the middle of it, why not? Walk at the side, the poles have a go at me. Walking in the middle, the flags have a go at me. Lucky I've not lost an eye over these years of walking through these. Because to be fair, I'm actually holding the phone at my eye level, so it gives you a bit of a perspective of how dangerous it can be. Pointy sticks everywhere. That commentator at the side there, it is lovely watching it, watching the march go by, all the saltars and positivity and good energy that comes from these events. Love it. Aye, so quite a few on these streets, but I think Facebook have been really hampering us. Apparently we had a nudity flag the other day there, which is just all sorts of strange behaviour from the Facebookians. It's Dick Clegg's the boss at this company, isn't it? Funny that. I'm sure he's had nothing to do with it. back at Nelson Mandela Place. This Polish van will be the end of it, eh? Yep, I'd say that's the very end. Good turnout though.
Very good turnout. The people have been joining in on the route.
Aye, but this is the point I made earlier on, like leaving the Kelvingrove Park from the start of the march to the first big flag, there was maybe triple the number of people that left that section, so aye, we're definitely in the 5 figures today. Heard someone talking about 40 earlier on. Don't know if that's a bit much, maybe 12, 15, 20. But it'd be good to see the rally. Aye, but from here onwards. Good effort, keeping up the vanguard. Aye, so. Seems to be more music at the back here than there was at the front. Well folks, I'm going to have to unfortunately love yous and leave yous. It's been an absolute pleasure having you part of my stream here. I'll leave you in the capable hands of all the rest of the Independence live streaming team crew today, who will remain dedicated to providing you wall-to-wall coverage of the all under one banner marching rally in Glasgow. When will we see? But for myself, it's cool. So I'm going to go and join you guys. Watch it online. Bye. Have fun, troops! But hold on, is there a counter demo going on here? Oh, it's just a religious predator or a religious preacher, that's all it's there. But
Oh, aye, hopefully that's the start. Because you need to get back out. Oh, I need to get out every person. I'm sick of this. The next match I want to do is a celebration match. For independent. Aye, video of no, and see something. That folk are saying, oh, he had to do it. No, he didn't. He could have set a precedent and he said, no, you're not getting this thing and I'm not coming. But no, he just went along with it. We need drastic change.
What do we want? When do we want? No! What do we want? Independence! When do we want you? No! What do we want? Independence! When do we want you? No! What do we want? Independence! When do we want you? No! See the stalls? Fucking brilliant. Looking brilliant, isn't it? The stage and the rally site we've got.
Oh, no. Is he getting hassled about
Young and young.
That was nearly number 2 today. I know, I'm sorry. I put my butt seat cannot.
Stop. Could have been worse, could have been
My tailbone, you'd have heard me scream. You knackered Mercury in the banner? I'm alright. Because it's hard going, isn't it? I've just fought. Have you? Aye. See when it's windy and rainy, it's really off. See the giant flags carrying them? Oh my god. Aye. Arms like Popeye when you get home. Aye. Uh-huh.
You're going to turn right at the stall. What do we want? Independence! When do we want it? No! What do we want? Independence! When do we want it? No! What do we want? Independence! When do we want it? No! What do we want? Independence! When do we want it? No!
Right, so I'm just going to get everybody coming into the park. Sorry, that's my face. Looking really good, by the way. Stage is looking really good. If you see anybody you know, tag them. Please like and share. I need to get set up with my tripod. Oh, there's a rain. It's all different groups raising money for all different things, so they'll just say pipes and drums for Kit.
I just thought it'd be all the separate political parties.
No,
that's all I've had so far. It's been 4 different movements handing me leaflets. It's like we should all be part of the same thing. You know what I mean?
Well, there's an event going on in Kelvingrove today, and I think that's terrible. They should be here.
Because it would split the movement. It's like they've done it deliberately for political reasons.
That's staying in Edinburgh, but coming up here was always the objective. I didn't care about the Carlton Hill units of the day.
Well, I only found out about it last night.
It only got arranged a few weeks ago, and they done it. It was for political reasons, right? They done it.
Well, I'm not really, because I'm live streaming, I'm not really ready to get into that now, but...
we're live?
They're on Facebook. Are you on Facebook?
Aye.
They'll send me a friend request, I film all the marches.
Right.
It's McDonald Wendy, M-A-C Donald and Wendy. Be 2 W's, but you'll never fin it.
Aye, right, I'll have
Right.
a look. Right, have a good day.
If you're watching Indie Live later, you'll hear me saying it to you. I'll see you after. Take care. Have a lovely day. Now, I need to find Mike because he has got my tripod in his car. That was good. That was really good. Look at them all coming in. No, you're absolutely fine. Good numbers there.
I was staggering there, sir.
Oh, there's Mike over there. That's who I'm looking for. You all right, Mike? Where's your car? Where's your car? Are you got it?
I'm good, brother. How are you, brother? I'm fine. Where are you from? From Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast. Oh, Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast, yes. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I really enjoyed it. So it's good to be here. Good for the sport.
Pages look magnificent by the way. Looking really great. Like my hands are a bit furry, so I'm really sorry for the crap cut my work.
Where's your mum?
I was worried she lost her mum, but you can see the resemblance, so I'll shut up. Hiya, hiya.
Great stuff for Sauchiehall. We're going to get another in.
slide when you're sticking like that. Huh? You can't slide when you're sticking like that. You know? I'm trying to get the... Trying to get the knots coming in. Yeah, right behind you. It's just something.
Just because, you know.
She was easy meat for him, wasn't she?
Yeah.
I know. You giving up with yours?
I went to the Rangers after 3 months.
Yeah.
We're just going to wait for another 5 minutes, folks. The march is still coming in. Conservative estimates are saying 15,000. Looks a lot bigger to me. It's certainly going to be the biggest independence march since the outbreak of COVID. Absolutely no doubt. By the way, I've got a phone here with a Saltire cover.
If it's no his.
Right, folks, I'd just like to welcome you all to Glasgow Green, but we're going to wait another 5 minutes because, as I say, the march is still coming in. Delayed for the best of reasons. People are needing a toilet before the speeches start. There's actually toilets to the left of the stage, to my left.
Right, you're just ahead of me 100 yards. Keep walking, no, don't wait for me, right? Just keep walking. I'll try and catch up with you. Alright? Right, see shortly. Just I've only got one hand, 3, and I can't do all this with one hand. You know? I need my other hand back. So if we could hang up. Right. Right, bye.
Dean Grant, please come to the stage. Dean Grant of Sith.
I thought you were a friend of mine, so I was trying to catch up.
No, that's
You're no
okay,
hard,
we're
so
just getting
sorry for the awkward look. English?
Those white and red cross, is that not an English flag? Behind us?
That's...
Is that Northern Ireland?
This is
Northern Ireland's got a thing in it.
This is a Georgia flag, I think.
Scottish Independence Foundation, he just wants to make a short statement.
Hello. I promise you I'm not going to make a speech, and I'm only going to take about 30 seconds to 60 seconds. But I'm from the Scottish Independence Foundation, and we support this march and much else besides in Scotland. But you know, you can imagine, you may think a march doesn't cost anything, but you think of the staging, you think of the PA system, you've got to pay for loos, which are expensive, and now what happens is that we supply the cash for the marches. Plus, as I say, we give to Believe in Scotland, we give to Commonweal, and lots of other groups as well. Now, many of you here are probably, or a few of you are probably subscribers to SIF, but if you're not, you can come over to our wee stall in the corner there beside the food stall and perhaps sign up or give us a wee bit of cash. Now, I think that's basically all I've got to say, but if we're going to compete with the Unionists, we've got to dig in our pockets a wee bit and keep this and get amazing events like this today. I mean, they're still coming in. You can see them still coming into the park. Anyway, thanks very much.
Thank you.
The estimate of the size of the march is actually going up by the minute. It's still coming in.
I think the estimate on the size of the march is actually going up by the minute. Still coming in.
Doesn't look like that to me.
Doesn't look like that to me.
Kevin Gore coming to the stage. The march is still coming in, so I think what we should do is get the ball rolling.
Kevin Gore coming to the stage. The march is still coming in, so I think what we should do is get the ball rolling with a bit of music. And we've got Kevin Gore, an international performing star and a staunch indie activist and singer. He's basically back from Prague, where he was starring along with Bobby Nicholson at the Prague Fringe Festival. And he's basically a performance star from Prague to Prestonfield. So without further ado, I'll introduce the Scottish indie movement's very own Kevin Gore.
Thank you very much. So who said that the independence movement was dead, eh? These right-wing commentators.
The Yin said it.
Jackie Bailey!
Right, I'm going to do 3 or 4 songs for you. First of all, I'm going to do a song about a friend of mine, a huge loss to Edinburgh. He passed away last month.
The Buchanan tartan shorts, same tartan as this. It was a huge loss to the Leith community and to Edinburgh. A man called Ken Buchanan. So I wrote this song. How are you? I wrote this song to go towards getting a statue made for the great man. And thankfully, just before he passed away, he was at the unveiling of the statue. Which all the proceeds came from the Edinburgh community and far and wide. And this song went towards the charity to help raise money. All the proceeds went to help raise money for the statue for the great man. It's called The Edinburgh Man, Ken Buchanan. At the junction, corner of the walk, spite a well-kent face I had the pleasure to have talked. Said to my youngest son, I'll tell you who that is. He's the greatest Scottish fighter said has ever lived. From the backyards of the prefabs to the playgrounds of his school, he backed down to no one, always kept at rule. And the noble art of boxing then became his game. Spartan with a lion heart, a legend he became. And his name is Ken Buchanan. Edinburgh man, undisputed.
Hey, will we sing the flag of Scotland? Yeah! The flag of Scotland. When will we sing? Come on, everybody, give a hand. Let Robin die for. You'll be the hill and rain and still against him. Hey!
The
How you doing?
Very well.
Yes, I remember, yes.
Well, I'm kind of stuck talking at the moment.
I think we've got your
live
stream in your line.
I haven't seen a bend in it. Very good. That was in Edinburgh.
Was that Edinburgh?
Yeah. I only got in here about 6 a.m.
What did it cost for?
Not that much, but I went for a
Yeah, the march is still coming in, by the way.
Wow.
So, Albert,
that pipe band guys. One nation, one movement. We'll have our sovereignty. We'll have our freedom. You'll need to be moving that to get rid of us.
Sorry, Wendy. I know. Gone in yapping, I'm like, actually still better move. That's hard.
And they're still coming into the park.
I was just saying, they're actually going to try to sing some banter on the stage.
Right on your foot left. Marks are still coming in, by the way. It's going to be any against you at all.
to an end now. I mean, I'm an Arthur supporter, so any crowds above 2,000 I have a bit of difficulty in estimating. True. But certainly it's got to be 20,000 plus. I'd just like to welcome everybody here. Can you hear me at the back?
I don't need it anymore, so I think we have to go. Thank you for that.
Well, I'll do the best I can. I've never been caught quiet in my life, but I'm not quite that loud. But again, a typical Glasgow day, the rain's coming down.
So someone wants to talk, we've got some.
Well, I'd just like to welcome everybody here. Can you hear me at the back now?
I'll get there. Halfway there.
Can you hear me now? That's better, is it? Well, we're certainly looking at a march here around 20,000. The largest march since the outbreak of COVID and the independence movement. To every single person in
We disconnected everyone.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
That was our cable. PA's gone down. Huh? PA's down. You told Kevin? I was trying to get your attention because Alex is in.
Can you hear me at the back now? We're back on! The unionist royalist gremlins cannot stop us! We are a force and we are back with a vengeance!
Are you internal or external?
You think internal? We just wait for Kevin to tune up here. Again, I'd just like to welcome everybody. It's a real privilege. My name's Tony Cox. I'm from the Red Republic of Dundee, the Red Yes City, the leading independent city. We're a working class that's fundamentally committed to independence. It was in 2014 and it is now. And it's always a pleasure to come through to Glasgow. And it's always a privilege to serve all under one banner in any capacity. All under one banner does what it says on the tin. It attempts to bring the different tribes of the independence movement together, to unify. That must be the fundamental message we take for this demonstration today. Unity. And the demand for independence. Not in the future now. By any means necessary. Now, it's always a pleasure to come through to Glasgow. But, you know, knowing weather like this, I think the last time I spoke at a demonstration in Glasgow, it was very much like this. But the last time we actually had a demonstration all under one banner was through in Edinburgh. I think it was October at the end of last year. And think of the amount of water and blood that's been under the bridge since then. Scotland has fundamentally changed as a country in that time. We now see that the unionist forces, all that they can offer us is dust and ashes. Dust and ashes. That is all they can offer us. If we do not take independence in our own hands, there'll be nothing worth saving in this country. They are turning us into a commodity colony. We have never been more of a colony of Westminster since the 17th century. Well, that's got to end, and it ends here. This demonstration
of independent strength should be a clarion call to all independence activists throughout Scotland. The need for unity has never been greater. And we have AUOB representatives here today. We have SNP representatives here today. We have people from all walks of life here today. With one message: we need independence. Our people are crying out for it. Our communities are crying out for it. And let's get this straight. The independence that we want is a fairer Scotland. It's not just a question of putting a salt tire above the Holyrood. It's a question of actually changing Scotland, to use the riches of Scotland to enable the people of Scotland to realise their genius. We were the country that gifted the world the Scottish Enlightenment, and now they say that we can't even run our own affairs. We are being gaslit. We are being gaslit with the mother of all historical gaslighting. They're turning us into wee pear creators. Well, we're no wee pear creators. We're Jock Thompson's barons. And we should never forget that. I'll hand back over to Kevin.
Feels like I was here about half an hour ago. There's a song called Independence Day. Marching on the green today with my yes badge on. Stranger, he approached me to tell me I was wrong. Said I was a dreamer. Well, I let him have his say. Say yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. Bruno. Independence Day. Independence Day. Yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. When that day it comes around, comes it will for sure. We will have a country where all can be assured. A nation of equality, fairness and respect. And the government we vote for is the government we get on Independence Day. Independence Day. Yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. Now, I'm not anti-English, and Northern Irish or the Welsh. I'm just dreaming of a country that distributes its wealth. Downtrodden people have opportunity. Break the chains and free themselves from the traps of poverty on Independence Day. Independence Day. Yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. And I know I'm fortunate. I know well off I am compared to those in Syria or in the Palestine. Dreaming of a country one day we'll be free to determine our own future and a people's destiny on Independence Day. Independence Day. Yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. I was standing in Glasgow green today, still my yes badge on. Stranger, he approached me to tell me I was wrong. He said I was a dreamer. Well, I let him have his say. I say, yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. Thank you very much. Now, back in 2014, the day after the referendum, there's a couple of very, very brave young women who stood in Mandela Square, Freedom Square as we call it, and a fascist horde turned up, very violent, and they were kicking and punching and spitting on everyone in that square who had a Saltire flag. These young women refused to move. A couple of young women called the Johnson sisters. So a wee song about them in their honour. A song called the Johnson sisters. Well, the mob came down to Glasgow town. Mandela, Freedom Square. Well, a fascist chants and racist rants. Hatred was in the air. Well, the old John Bull, the divide and rule, had primed that mob with hate, with their ignorance and indifference. They were sure to take the bait, but bold and steadfast against the violent mass, the Johnson sisters stood and held aloft the St. Andrew's cross, a flag of nationhood. They did not flinch nor give an inch. To the mob they showed no fear, but stood their ground and they cried out loud, hey, the Saltire remains here. Well, the mob, they attacked and they kicked and they punched and they spat on all those who disagreed or had campaigned through peaceful gain for the country to be free. The Britannia horde, their numbers soared and they soiled the Scottish air, but could not disband these sisters in arms or drive them from the square. For bold and steadfast against the violent mass, Johnson sisters stood, held aloft the St. Andrew's cross, the flag of nationhood. Well, it took the police to intervene and march those girls away and imprisoned them in the jail that night for what crime they would not say. Sarah and Sophie Johnson, remember those sisters' names, for they represent a future. Keep the fire aflame. They're the fire of fascist bigots who represent the past and cling to a dying union for whom the dice is cast. For bold and steadfast against the violent mass, Johnson sisters stood, held aloft the St. Andrew's cross, well, a flag of nationhood. It did not flinch nor give an inch to the mob. They showed no fear, but they stood their ground and they cried out loud, "Hail the Saltire remains here." Yeah, the Saltire remains here. Yeah, the Saltire remains here. I've the hard one, aye. Right, folks, thanks very much for having me, and sorry about the rain and all that. Hey, take care, all the best. Thank you.
I want to cut that a wee bit short, which is a pity, because it's always a pleasure to listen to Kevin. But, you know, the elements are with us, and without further ado, I'd like to actually introduce our first speaker of today. She needs no introduction for me, and you're not here to hear me, so I'm going to introduce Ash Reagan, a bonny fechter who came very, very close to becoming the leader of the SNP.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Scots, friends, family, I stand in front of you today not as a politician, but as a proud Scot who believes in the potential of our great nation. As we gather in Glasgow today in this good Scottish weather, our unwavering belief in the necessity of Scottish independence unites us all. And I am humbled to be part of this historic moment. And I want to speak to you today about the path we must forge with determination, unity, and integrity. At this point, there are those who would divide our movement, who would allow petty differences and personal ambition to overshadow our collective goal. But as champions of independence, it's our responsibility to rise above these challenges and demonstrate our commitment to the people of Scotland who have placed their trust in us. Now is not the time for division, for distraction, and instead we must unite, unity and focus. The Scottish National Party, once a beacon of hope, is facing turmoil. And whilst we acknowledge the contributions of former leadership, we must learn from the mistakes made and address these issues with justice, compassion, and reconciliation. The time has come for a fresh start, grounded in integrity, unity, and an unwavering commitment to our cause and our people. I refuse to compromise on matters of principle or shy away for standing up what is right, no matter what the personal or the professional cost might be. And integrity is paramount. And we must uphold this virtue in ourselves and collectively as a movement. And an independent Scotland can only be built on a foundation of integrity. We all knew that the journey to independence would not be easy. But this is a journey we must embark on together. We must unite across the independence movement, both within the SNP and the other pro-independence parties, to achieve the Scotland that we need and we deserve. The time for reconciliation within our movement is now. We must come together, learn the mistakes from the past, embracing those who have warned of misdeeds by some in our movement. But equally important, forgiving those who have been deceived by lies and misguided longer than we may have been. Let us all remember, those who travel alone travel fastest, but in the company of friends, together we travel furthest. As we forge ahead, let us remember the importance of integrity, sincerity, and cooperation in our leadership and in our movement. And through that mutual respect, that understanding, and that trust, we can build a brighter future for Scotland, united in the pursuit of independence. And by doing that, we will strengthen this movement. We will recommit to our shared goals, and we will create a free and an independent Scotland where our minds, our hearts, and our hands are united in creating that thriving nation. We will be the newest, oldest country in the world. And the world will rejoice in welcoming us back to national statehood. And in the words of our national poet, Rabbie Burns, now's the day and now is the hour. Let this be the turning point in our journey to independence. A new dawn for Scotland, where unity, integrity, and determination guide our path to a brighter future. Thank you.
What an opener. We've got some great speakers, so I'm not wanting to hang about here. But before I actually introduce the next speaker, I'd like to ask if anybody is actually going back to Bathgate. There's an old boy that's in a bad way. He's needing a lift at the end of the demo. And if anybody can actually give him a lift, see the stewards behind the stage. There's a wee tent behind the stage. Now, I'll go straight on to the next speaker. She needs no introduction for me. I'm sure she wouldn't mind me calling her a veteran of the independence movement, the inestimable and the formidable Leslie Riddick.
Well, thank you. Hello, yesers. Are you totally drookit? It could be worse. You could be watching the telly. And that comes for Christian there. There are worse things to be doing with your time today, much worse things than being here. Where are we? Glasgow is the largest city in, and Scotland is the country that gets you walking through the rain like this. It's also home. Who here comes from this country? Who here had the misfortune to be born in Wolverhampton? But it's still home. Who here is from an EU country, Ukraine, a country beyond Scotland that has made this country home? And if you are, you know that you're welcome, because that's how we hing. Now this all matters because we're here today to celebrate the return of independence to the streets. We're here today to say that we have a shape as a set of people, and it is a social democracy. We are stuck in a conservative state, and we can't thrive like this because that's not who we are. And who we are is also not connected to any of the hangers-on, the snobbery, the elitism, the capture of our land, the dukes, the barons, the lords, the ladies, the corrupt House of Lords, the largest unelected assembly outside China. That is not who we are. And who we are is actually very similar to who our neighbours are. A wee quiz for you. In the 27 countries of the EU, how many of them have a big fancy coronation ceremony like what there will be today? How many? None. None. That is how weird what is happening down the road is. Weird. There are 21 republics of the 27 EU states. That's who we are. Amongst the 6 who have got monarchs, they don't have these ceremonies. The majority of them get the monarch to come to their parliament, you know, elected democratically, that old one, right? And they swear allegiance to the parliament. Now, this is why then is Britain so different? Because that's what it has to be. The mystique, the mystery, the braid, the medals, the gongs, the archaic nonsense, the weird hopping on one leg. It's all Britain has. And it's fine. We're not here to provide free entertainment for the rest of the world. It's fine for them to look in and think, wow, this is amazing. We'd have nothing like this in our country. It's like watching upstairs, downstairs. The point is, they don't have to live in it. We do. And we're not having it. It's not who we are. Now, there's another wee thing about this, about the weirdness. You might look around the world and see that there are still 15 Commonwealth realms that have the king or the queen as their head of state. Why is that? Because they spent Barbados 2021 declared itself a republic. Yes. How long did it take Barbados, tiny a Barbados, to unweave the constitutional network that British officials had placed within their written constitution when they were allowed to be free in 1966? It took them 40 years. That is how thick the constitutional mesh is, and that is what's keeping these guys with kings and queens as their head of state from a distant country like here. So the next country to go will be Jamaica. They'll go in 2025. But what have they got in their constitution? The British placed a requirement that they need a 2/3 vote to be able to abolish the monarchy. So let's just say they're cute, right? We're not the only people who are finding it extremely hard to have a straightforward expression of our democratic will. But they will do it. And after them, the tiny Bahamas. So things are on the move. The world's on the move. This kind of cravenness, this doffing your cap, this crawling, all this stuff is part of a world that is gone. Britain will never catch up because it cannot let go of that imperial past. It's all it can see. We can see everything else. We can see all the possibilities for ourselves. We can see the possibility that we will be an independent country alongside a reunited Ireland, alongside an independent Wales, and alongside an independent England. And not only will we be in that fabulous situation, an independent country in a new revamped Council of the Isles, we will also be in the Nordic Council because that's who we are as well. We are a North Atlantic social democratic state in the making, in the waiting. And we've waited long enough. So that's what this is all about. And the bard was quoted earlier. There's a different verse that comes to me from A Man's a Man, which is looking at, you see yon birkie called a lord, wha struts and stares and all that. Though hundreds worship at his word, he's but a coof for all that. For all that and all that, his ribbon star and all that. The folk o' independent mind, they look and laugh at all that. Thank you.
Excellent. There's nowhere I'd rather be today, even with all this rain. Apparently there's something happening down in London, some wee event. Doesn't really, apply to us really. I'd just like to reiterate the request for somebody to actually give this old boy behind the stage a lift back to Bathgate. Stewards have asked me to do that. Now our next speaker, again, requires no introduction for me. I remember at the height of the attacks on him, he stood up and he says, "You've no seen the last of the bonnets in me." And you see that Alex Salmond is back, and he's back with a bang.
Well, friends, I'm gonna start with a test of loyalty. Who here would rather be undercover in Westminster Abbey? Who here would rather be in the rain in Glasgow Green? Well, that's settled then. It is, of course, a tale of two cities, is it not? In London, the subjects are required to swear an oath of allegiance to the Crown. In Scotland, in Glasgow, the citizens choose to swear an oath of loyalty to Scotland. It's said that, understand that the homage of the people is now to be said silently, which will stop people having to swear at their television sets. Well, in Glasgow, our decoration for Scotland will be loud and proud. Now, countries can move backwards and they can move forwards. In medieval Scotland, the king had to take an oath of allegiance to the people, to the community of the realm. In 21st century England, they think the people should take an oath of allegiance to the king. That's the country moving backwards. But Scotland from 1997 was moving forwards. We established our parliament. We established social change for the better. We made progress towards independence. But that, fellow citizens, has come to a halt. We're now in a situation where qualified Scots can't get in to university, where our proud universal health service has people going overseas to pay because they can't wait and suffer in pain. Where in the energy capital of Europe, folk can't afford to turn on their heating. That is the reality of Scotland today. And on the constitutional question, it's turned from being "now is not the time" to a polite no to get stuffed. That's the reality of Scotland today. And therefore, what is to be done? Well, look around. Look around you now. Look at the march we've seen had. The greatest march in Scotland since COVID. One of the greatest marches in Scotland ever. The strongest political force in Scotland is the national movement. In ancient times, the city of Sparta had no walls. It didn't need them. The people were the walls of Sparta. Well, you are the walls of Scotland. You are Scotland's defenders. You are Scotland's protectors. And you will ensure progress for our country. So the national movement, the most powerful movement in Scotland, has to declare itself independent from any political party. It has to do the thinking. It has to do the preparation, the policy work, the international lobbying, the activism that we see today. And it's got to prepare ourselves and the people for a world where we approach our objective, where it will take dedicated democratic action to wrest our independence from Westminster. And that national movement has to require something of political parties. Next year at the general election, the political parties who believe in independence should stand all under one banner. With a single first paragraph in every manifesto which says we are seeking a mandate to negotiate independence for Scotland. And secondly, we have to make sure that our voice today from this, the most powerful movement in Scotland, is heard loud and clear, that we want our independence and we want it now. So what do we want? When do we want it? I think other people in Glasgow are going to have to hear it. So what do we want? When do we want it? One more time for the benefit of those in Westminster Abbey. What do we want? When do we want it?
Brilliant. He's been away for too long. Bra to see him back. Now we're going to hear a wee short musical interlude now, and you got in for a rare treat. We've got some great speakers coming up, so I hope you hang on. We've got Joanne Cherry, a Bonnie Fechter, if ever there was one, for the independence movement. And we've got Craig Murray, and we owe a debt of gratitude to Craig Murray for the work that he has done. But before we get there, we've got the Kymatics, who are a folk roots band for Aberdeen. Now, I'd never heard of them before, so I Googled them and listened to them last night, and I'm telling you, you're in for a right treat. And I was listening to their sound check. They are very, very good. I was asking the lead singer there if Kymatics, if the word Kai's got anything to do with coos. But apparently it's no, and I thought, well, that's probably just as well, because if it was Aberdeen, it should have been really about sheep. But anyway, I'll hand over to the Kymatics. You're in for a real treat here, folks.
One, two, 1, 2.
1, 2. Hello, Scotland! I didn't hear you. Hello, Scotland! This tune's called Jock's Lament. Get your marching feet on!
Watch the sun come down upon a warm, still night. Then with no alarm, and then with no invite, we heard the sound of feet, and there was no retreat, no, not tonight. She pushed her hair aside, and with a shifting glance, she caught her father's eye, and knew that this last dance would cost the lives and lands of those who made a stand and took a chance. Stand, but all would fight for love and land bestowed by a right. I watched the walls burn down inside my mother's eyes. I heard a wild wolf howl and dropped my mother's cry. With the rage in mind, the strength I had to find lifted my head. There will be no more blood, there will be no more tears. years, enough of both will spill over 100 years.
The land will spoil no more.
There will be no more pain and no more death. Few would stand, but all would fight. Love and land bestowed by right.
We won't ask again.
We won't ask again
For what is mine?
I put my first foot forward, stood my ground upon this borderline. Stood my ground upon this borderline. Thank you! It's exactly what we've done today. From the wind and the snow, rise up. You gotta take on the cold. Rise up. Get some heat in your bones. Rise up. Ooh. Rise up. From the ash and the bone. Rise up. You gotta take on the cold. Rise up. Get some heat in your bones. Rise up.
My husband Johnny on this guitar here. Wayne on the other guitar here, give it up! And I'm Gemma. Amazing to see everyone out today. It's so great. See all those flags flying high. You ready? 2, 3, 4.
Fly on these wings, carry your love back home. Fly on these wings on your own. Fly on these wings, carry your love back home. Fly on these wings on your own.
You gotta rise up.
Rise up.
You gotta rise up.
You gotta rise up.
Oh, you gotta rise up.
You gotta rise up.
You gotta rise up.
You gotta rise up.
You gotta rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up. You gotta rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up. You gotta rise up, yeah. Woo!
Fly on these wings, carry your love back home.
Fly on these wings on your own. Thank you.
Thanks for staying out in the rain, folks. Good Scottish weather. I got nowhere else to go.
We've lost some vocals here. So come on, just keep it going.
Stomp your feet, it keeps you warmer. Unless you're in a puddle.
Come on everyone, get marching. Keep warm. That's amazing. I'm away to get a photo of you all, so can you all get your flags in the air? Oh, yes! Everyone get your flags in the air!
Flags up.
That's amazing.
One, two. Holy shit.
Hey!
1, 2. There we go.
Get those flags up!
Time's all we've got, but it's running out, my friend.
I'll stay with you forever if you just hold out your hands.
I'll take you on a journey to a faraway place where our love will be eternal.
Like that smile upon your face. Ah,
that smile upon your face.
Ah,
Oh, that smile upon your face, smile upon your face. I will live a life of fortune, there'll be nothing in our way. Create a life full of memories, we'll take it day by day. The beauty lies within our souls, choose to set it free, to love and laugh together.
that's home to me. Ah,
Oh, ah, that's home to me, that's home to me.
ah,
Oh, ah, that's home to me, ah, that's home to me.
come on, everyone!
Never ever runs too deep. Take a breath, hold on to it. Never mind the past and speed. Move ahead, get over it. Never you're feeling incomplete. Oh, together we'll conquer it.
With our feet on the earth, stars in our hands, love in our soul will resonate to the end. With our feet on the earth, stars in our hands, love in our soul will resonate to the end. Come on, everyone!
And if the river runs too deep, take a breath and hold on to it. If the mountain passes steep, move ahead, get over it. If you're feeling incomplete, oh, together we'll conquer it.
With our feet on the earth, stars in our hands, love in our soul will resonate to the end. With our feet on the earth, stars in our hands, love in our soul will resonate to the end. Thank you!
Thank you, folks.
Yeah! This next song we need your help with. We're sure you'll all know the words. But also, before we finish up, we're just gonna do a little jig, okay? We're gonna see if we can get the biggest jig going in Scotland. So halfway through this song, we're gonna link arms and we're gonna spin each other around as fast as we can, okay? And I'm coming down over that fence there. I'm joining you, okay? So you better be ready for me. Child is slowly taken, and the violence causes silence. Who are we mistaken? It's the same old thing, say it's 1916. In your head, they are crying with their tents and their bombs and their guns and their guns. In your head, some good dancers up the front. Another mother's breaking heart is taken over you. When the violence causes silence, we must be mistaken. It's the same old thing since 1916. In your head, they are crying with their tanks and their bombs and their guns and their guns. In your head, they are crying. In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. Hey, hey, what's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. Hey, 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 oh. Are you ready for a Scottish style hoedown? You're gonna link arms with the people. You're gonna link arms with the people that's closest to you and spin them round as fast as you can. I'm coming down. Let's do it!
1, 2, 3, 4. Cheers, folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tell you they were good. We're just gonna. That was superb, was it no? Tell you they were good. You might know hen today with sheep or coos, but there you go. Now the next speaker, we're gonna go straight on her. It's a pleasure and a privilege to introduce Anne Mullen. She's a practicing GP in Govan, one of the most deprived areas in Scotland. And she's also a founding member of Deep End, which is a group of GPs who are committed to actually campaigning within deprived communities for better healthcare outcomes. Her whole big thing is the idea of the well-being state. And we're going to hear off all about this well-being state for Anne Mullins. So I'd like to put your hands together for Anne Mullins.
Can you hear me? Just a quick amendment. I'm actually an out-of-hours sessional GP. I semi-retired from a practice. I'm that old. Anyway, great to be here. Thank you for letting me speak about Scotland's NHS and its future in independent Scotland. I'm a doctor. I've worked in the NHS for 35 years, training initially in hospitals, but spending most of my career in general practice. And today I'm speaking on behalf of NHS for Yes, and you can find us on Facebook. Please join us. The NHS, just to remind us all, stands for universal, equitable, sorry, it's a bit of a mouthful, comprehensive, high-quality healthcare, free at the point of delivery, and its values are relevant today as they were in its inception over 70 years ago. So now let's consider the NHS in Scotland under the current arrangement within the UK. The outsourcing of NHS to private companies has accelerated over the last 10 years, with two core pieces of legislation introduced in England, the Health and Social Care Bill 2012 and the Health and Care Act 2022, which means that the NHS will be a mere shell of its former self. Scotland will not be able to escape that, no matter how much we stick our heads in the sand. And its main function will be to dole out contracts to favoured partners. Professor Alison Pollock has written extensively on this subject and asserts that the NHS will be reduced to a public funding stream and a logo. And you could all ask yourself, so what? Doesn't a private component give better outcomes? And isn't the NHS unaffordable anyway? And the answer, of course, to both of these questions is a resounding no. Evidence published in the leading medical journal, The Lancet, suggests that private sector outsourcing corresponds with significantly increased rates of treatable mortality. Thank you. It also impacts on the clinician-patient relationship, which is crucial to continuity of care and also the goodwill within the health service, but rarely factored into the value of the health service. Every Doctor UK campaign group advocates that shareholders shouldn't be part of our public healthcare conversations, and private companies should not be skimming a profit from the NHS. Outsourcing also fragments the service across the country, creating a postcode lottery where patients receive differing levels of care and access to treatment and services based on their location. This is an expression of the inverse care law coined by Julian Tudor-Hart, a GP in Wales, where people who need health care are least likely to receive it. Retaining staff now is a major problem across the UK. There's over 1,400 UK-trained doctors left to practice overseas. 64% of those were British nationals going to Australia and New Zealand. And 1 in 8 NHS staff have been in their current role for less than a year. There are now 130,000 vacancies across the UK, and this means that more work is carried out by agency staff or less experienced team members, and it's costly and less effective than providing adequate staffing levels and working conditions for the staff in the NHS. And money really does matter. Inflation has taken the average UK worker's real wages 2.5% below the 2009 level, and I'm sure everybody knows about that, but earnings are down 13% for nurses and 24% for junior doctors. And there's a great thread on Twitter by John Byrne-Murdoch, who's a Financial Times journalist, and it's definitely worth a read. So devolved powers in Scotland can't protect the NHS if the government ideology is to dismantle the NHS and move towards an insurance-based model like the US, where over 2/3 of personal bankruptcies are due to failure to pay their medical bills. And despite the enormous costs of the healthcare system in America, Americans have a life expectancy 3 years less than that of their counterparts in the UK. So the UK government political choice is reinforcing its agenda to collapse the NHS and push people who can pay to opt for treatment in the private sector. And it's a far cry from the promises of 350 million of new funding in the NHS each week if we left the EU. Instead, the government has slashed GDP spend on the NHS, which is now under enormous stress, and is expecting the NHS to find increased savings of 4.75 billion with no plan to achieve it. And this is all relevant to Scotland and our NHS because of the Barnett consequentials of impact on NHS funding. And Scotland already spends over 40% of its budget on healthcare. And it also puts the budget for the disastrous test and trace scheme, 37 billion, which according to the Public Accounts Committee achieved none of its aims and failed to make a measurable difference to the progress of the pandemic. And you can remember all the headlines about that missing money. And it also reflects very badly on the UK government's standards and its commitment to funding public services like the NHS, because fraud and corruption have for many years diverted billions of pounds a year from public finances to criminals. And that concluding comment was from a recent National Audit Office report. So if the UK government had focused on diverting the money to where it should have been spent, then that 37 billion could well have refunded the NHS across the UK and addressed some of the pay issues that have pushed nurses and junior doctors to strike in England, and junior doctors are now voted to strike in Scotland too. And imagine that slogan on the side of a bus. So you really can't pick and mix the ideological commitment to the NHS. You're either all in or you're not. And you can't expect a devolved healthcare system like Scotland's to fully contribute to a wellbeing economy without devolving all other responsibilities and powers that impact on the social determinants of health. And in short, this means an autonomous and independent Scotland. As the late, great Jimmy Reid said in his electoral address to Glasgow University over 50 years ago as he became rector, and it still rings true, government by the people, for the people, becomes meaningless unless it includes major economic decision-making by the people, for the people. This is not simply an economic matter. In essence, it is an ethical and moral question for whoever takes the most important economic decisions in society determines the social priorities of that society. So tonight, when you go home, forget Netflix or Sports Scene, and I'm sorry, I'm not a football fan, go to YouTube and watch the great NHS heist. There are now many credible sources of information about the NHS sell-off. Every Doctor UK, We Own It, Keeper NHS Public, they're all campaigning groups. Byline Times, The National, iScot magazine are all worth reading. They all have a social media presence. You can all access that information very easily. Despite all of this, the doom and gloom, Tabist, things are better in Scotland, a phrase coined by the financial journalist Paul Lewis, and we really must hold on to that as we move forward. He lists several benefits that are higher paid or only available in Scotland, including best start payments in pregnancy and for preschool children, and free prescription charges. In England, most people under 60 pay £9.35 an item. These all benefit our good health. These are some of the examples of the positive political choices that the Scottish Government has made, even with limited powers. But with limited powers, we have limited choices, limited opportunity, and limited aspiration. Looking forward, one of our priorities for independent Scotland is a written constitution to rebuild the NHS and public health, as well as aligning social care with the NHS as a nationalised service. And we should be confident that we can economically achieve this. And I'm quoting from an excellent article in May written by Jim Osborne. Taxes are not required for government spending. With our own currency and central bank, government spending decisions are financed by the central bank. So Scotland clearly needs its own currency and its own central bank, which would be an excellent move as we've been conditioned to accept being poorer, as per the comments of the chief economist of the Bank of England, who I'm sure he's talking about the we being poorer, but not the he being poorer. And we're conditioned to believe that the hype about government decisions that are enriching a very few at the expense of the majority is acceptable. Lord Prem Sika in the House of Lords has said that the UK government is certainly aiming higher. Higher inflation, higher corruption, higher use of food banks, higher rates of child poverty and hungry school children, and UNICEF had to step in recently to feed children. Higher numbers of working poor, higher rates of energy security, higher rates of pensioners living in poverty. So just to finish, from the really cool Bob Marley, who said, "You never know how strong you are until being strong is the only choice you have." Scotland's nearing this point. Now is the time for Scotland to be strong and move from a position of learned helplessness. We must choose wisely and write our message. Now is not the time to reverse devolution. Now is the time to rev it up and take Scotland to our logical destination. Autonomy and independence, and our elected politicians need to deliver that message. We must fight for the democracy that Scotland deserves. Part of that fight is an NHS in Scotland that is true to its founding principles, and a democracy by the people, for the people. Thank you.
Great wee speech that. Anne Mullins keeping the tradition of radical Scottish medical professionals alive, well and kicking. The next speaker that we've got today is Mohammed Asif. Mohammed is an Afghan refugee, a political refugee who fled Afghanistan in 2000. He's made his home in Glasgow, and he is actually an activist and director of the Afghan Human Rights Council. I'd like to give a big Glasgow welcome to Mohammed Asif.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. I'm a bit loud. Thank you for coming today Me coming here as a refugee 23 years ago, it was just like yesterday. A young man, but still very young, and have melted into the Scottish community, a proud Scots now. When I say independence, you ask me that we fought for our country in Afghanistan for many, many years. I know how it feels when you have a country. I know how it feels when you have your own identity. And I know how it feels when you call a country home. And that home was taken from us in Afghanistan, you know, in many, many different wars. But now here in Scotland, we together, I think the biggest weakness right now is the division among us. We have to come united if we want to have a future for our children and grandchildren. You will be responsible when your grandchild go to school and read your history. He will blame you or she will blame you that my grandfather did not fight enough for my country. So we have to come together and fight the imperialist policies, the policies that destroyed many, many countries around the world, brothers and sisters. You remember what happened in my country. 21 years of failed war by Britain and America and NATO. And after 23 years, you know, Boris Johnson ran away in the middle of the night, abandoned the people of Afghanistan. Brothers and sisters, when hundreds of thousands of people on the streets of Glasgow in Scotland, I remember in this park when we started marching against the illegal war in Iraq, and we were saying to the then war criminal, Tony Blair, that the war in Iraq was illegal. When the people of Scotland was telling Tony Blair and Bush that the war in Iraq is illegal, and the people of Scotland will not take responsibility in Iraq. But we were told that the Scots don't matter. Brothers and sisters, we need to stay united, to have our future. When again the Brexit, remember, when we were saying, the Scots were saying that we want, you know, to be part of Europe, we were told that you will die of hunger. We will die of hunger, but now we know that the people who destroyed our livelihood, our future generation, you know, the cost of living crisis, the energy crisis, the petrol crisis, the mortgage crisis, and it's you and me who are blamed, not the Tories and not in others. And they have created these crises, brothers and sisters. 1 minute, brothers, for the last time. You know, I'm a refugee. And now currently we have a racist regime led by the Tories in this country, brothers and sisters, blaming refugees for their own failure. The failure on mortgage crisis, the cost of living crisis, the energy crisis, and everything is blamed on refugees. We are called the invaders. We are called the invaders. Imagine, I tell you about an invasion when B-52 is, you know, flying on your head, killing your family and your children, you know, displacing millions of people. That is an invasion, brothers and sisters. And when we say that we welcome our brothers and sisters from Ukraine, but now if you're an Afghan and if you're a product of the illegal war, if you're an Iraqi and you're a product of the illegal war, if you're a Libyan or Syrian or Yemeni, when you come to this country, brothers and sisters, you will be detained by the Tories and sent to Rwanda. So my appeal to everyone, brothers and sisters in this country, in this city, please come together. Fight for our future, for our children. On the 21st of May, we are going to protest, you know, in front of a hotel in Erskine, because the far right are protesting every day against the refugees. So I will ask everyone to join us on the 21st of May in Erskine to say no to the Nazi in Scotland. Scotland is a country which is welcoming which welcomed me, my family, and many, many others. God bless Scotland and long live Scotland. Thank you.
Excellent speech there from Mohammed. When we've got new Scots like that joining our ranks, how can we possibly fail? Before the next speaker, I've just asked by Mike Fennick just to read out this the declaration of a sovereign Scot. For those who wish to add their signature, make their own individual declaration and have it recorded as part of an independent Scotland's history. Mike Fennick is here somewhere with a supply of forms. He's actually over at the tents. The next speaker that we've actually got on here today is Jim Cassidy. Jim Cassidy is an ex-serviceman. He was involved with Airdrie for Independence, and he's also involved with Scottish trade unionists for Scottish independence. But give again a big Glasgow welcome to Jim Cassidy.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so very glad to see so many of you out here, shoulder to shoulder, with each other to show that you stand in support of an independent Scottish Republic. When the first draft, the line-up for the speakers today was posted, I was due to speak after Humza Yousaf, so I thought, no pressure. So I'm sorry to see that our current First Minister hasn't fit to stand with us today. And I believe that on this issue, the professional political class, which stands at the head of the independence movement in Scotland, is significantly out of step with us, the people. Also not with us today are many of my trade union colleagues who are attending the Lothians Trade Union Rally in Edinburgh. They're marching to celebrate the work done by the trade unions across the world and who have worked to give us many of the terms and conditions that we now enjoy today. Shorter working weeks, days off, paid leave, sick pay and pensions were not gifts bestowed on us by the great and the good. These are rights which had to be dragged from wealthy businessmen and women who got immeasurably rich by harnessing the efforts and the energy of people like you and people like me, the working class. But those rights are under attack. Day after day, the Tories plot and plan to take away your rights. They want a minimum wage, 0-hour workforce. They want to make it easy to get rid of you without any comeback. They want a workforce who are afraid to answer them back. They want a workforce who are afraid to get sick. And they want a workforce stripped of their right to strike. And they are winning. The minimum service levels bill may have been pushed back by the House of Lords in England, but ultimately the Tory government can and will bring it back, and it will be enacted, removing the right to strike from hundreds of thousands of people across the country. And if you cannot strike, then what are you? You're a slave, that's what you are. So what can you do? Well, for starters, join a union. Gain the protection that your trade union provides and help to organise and ensure that you and your fellow workers get the pay, terms and conditions that you deserve, not what your bosses think that they can get away with giving you. And when you do join your union, get active. By linking arms with the Tories in 2014, some trade unions caused immeasurable damage to the trade union movement. So be the voice of the independence movement in your union and never let that happen again. Otherwise, the parcel of rogues in the Labour Party will speak on your behalf, and they won't be speaking in your interest. In the short term, the election of a Labour government in Westminster might provide some respite from this by reversing some legislation, but be under no illusions. The Tories will be back, and they can reverse anything that the Labour Party does. Of course, we wouldn't be in this mess if the British Nationalist Labour Party in Scotland hadn't blocked the devolution of employment legislation under the Smith Commission in 2014. But that's the small print of Better Together that they would rather you forget. If you take one thing away from today, it's remember this: don't fall for Labour's false promises. And that short-term answer, by the way, doesn't solve Scotland's problems. And all it does is push it a bit further down the line. Pushes independence down the line. And when the Tories return, and they will, it will be too late. The answer to Scotland's problems will not be found by falling into line with England. It will be found by stepping out into the world ourselves and taking decisions for ourselves and accepting responsibility for the outcomes of those decisions, be they good or bad. And when we do finally take that massive step, we must start off that new chapter in Scottish history by immediately implementing the lessons that we've learned over Scotland's recent past. We must put an end to the professional political class which exists across our Parliament. It is simply unacceptable that we can have professional politicians like Murdo Fraser, who can receive rejection after rejection from the electorate and yet repeatedly end up on the public purse. 2 terms as a list MSP and you should be out the door. Likewise, we must end the use of the list as a safety net for failed politicians who the public vote out of office, such as Elaine Smith of Labour, who after being voted out in Coatbridge, jumped onto the list and sat as a list MSP until she retired, taking her pension with her. That has to stop. Our politicians need a reminder that we, the people of Scotland, are sovereign, not them. Speaking of sovereigns, we don't need them either. When Betty Windsor died, we were told now is not the time to discuss the future of the monarchy. Well, behind the scenes, the ruling classes were ensuring that there was, as one commentator put it, a seamless transition of power. We live here in the Central Belt where sectarianism is still a massive problem. The R word is a divisive term which sends one side into a froth and rage. Another side will cheer and give you a wee wink. It's time we could have a grown-up discussion about republicanism and becoming a republic. There is nothing wrong with being a republic and nothing wrong with being a Republican. The dictionary defines a republic as being a state in which the supreme power is held by the people and their elected representatives, in which is an elected or nominated president rather than a monarch. And in the 21st century, shouldn't we be looking to join the other 159 republics in the world, not the 40-odd monarchies? If there's one thing that we can learn from Betty's brood, it's that their family can be every bit as dysfunctional as the next. They are nothing special, and it's high time we stop treating them as such. So get off your knees, Scotland. Stop doffing your caps and start treating the majesties, the sirs, the lords and the ladies with the contempt that they deserve. Demand independence for Scotland and down with the crown.
Amen to that. Great speech again there for Jim. We should remind the SDUC that the majority of trade unionists in Scotland in 2014 voted for independence. I would like to see a little bit more action for the SDUC on the settled will of the working class in Scotland, which is for independence. Now, Jim talked a wee bit there about republicanism. Our next speaker is Tasmania Sheikh Ahmed, the chair of the ALBA Party, and somebody who describes herself as a proud Republican, a proud Scottish Republican. Give it your hands together for Tasmania.
Well, fellow nationalists, you've seen off the reins, so the unionists should be easy for us. Now, I want to start with a complaint, and it's not just about the rain. This is Glasgow, of course. But we are in the historic place of Glasgow Green. And here, the 1820 martyrs rallied the radical movement. The great John Maclean protested against imperialist wars. And here is where the suffragettes met. So my complaint is, given that we're all here at this historic place, how dare the UK establishment have another event going on in London at the same time to steal our thunder? A blatant attempt to steal our publicity, but while they've got the biased BBC covering every waking, sleeping moment of that coronation, we've got Independence Live in Glasgow. Because, fellow nationalists, there's a difference between London and Glasgow. They represent the English pomp, and we represent the Scottish circumstance. And today, while Republicans peacefully protesting in London are being arrested for holding a contrary view, we're being asked to swear allegiance to King Charles III. Well, we are the people. We are sovereign, and we say no. Now consider the speeches that we've just heard. We heard from Anne, who was speaking for the NHS. The cause of Scotland is the cause of the National Health Service. We heard from Jim speaking for the trade unionists. The cause of Scotland is the cause of the workers. And we heard from Mohammed, who was speaking about human rights. And the cause of Scotland is the cause of justice and peace the world over. And here at Glasgow Green, it is the people who have rallied for these causes over centuries. Now, the Scottish national movement is as old as Scotland itself. And I am proud, really proud, to be a Scottish Asian woman and proud to chair the AUOB party. But I know that this movement is bigger, much, much bigger than any political party. And when Scotland is threatened and Scotland is being threatened, we unite, we rise, we fight, and we win. Now, last week, the Secretary of State against Scotland, Alistair Jack, he wore this fancy uniform to protect the Stone of Destiny, the symbol of our Scottish sovereignty. A bit rich coming from him, perhaps even richer than he is himself. But it was people like Jack who allowed it to be stolen from Scotland in the first place. They had a Scots phrase back then for people like Alistair. They were tomb tabards, empty coats. And the truth is, Union jocks like Alistair have been stealing Scotland's assets for generations, in fact, for centuries. And now Jack's got his boots on. He said just a few days ago that the Scottish Parliament won't be allowed to prepare for independence. Well, I've got news for Alistair Jack boots. This movement can and will prepare for independence. Alistair Jack, you cannot divide Scotland because this movement will unite. You cannot crush Scotland because this movement will rise. And I started by pointing out that in 1820, the Scots who rallied here were Baird, Hardy and Wilson, the martyrs from 1820, and they marched and rallied under a banner that said, Scotland free or a desert. It's now our job, your job, this movement's job, to rally under a new banner, all under one banner, together to unite this movement and take us to victory. And that flag only now needs to say Scotland free, because Scotland will be free and Scotland wants independence now. Thank you.
Cracking speech for Tasmania there. Our next speaker, again like Tasmania, really needs no introduction for me, is Joanna Cherry, SNP MP for Edinburgh South West since 2015. A bonny fechter, somebody who's stuck her heels into the ground and wouldn't be moved. My admiration for her has increased enormously over the last few years. Give a hand again for Joanna Cherry.
Well, hi everyone. It's really great to be back marching with all under one banner again. I did have an invitation to put my name in the ballot for the coronation, but as anyone who knows me would have guessed, I'd much rather be here with you today than at Westminster. Because, my friends, today is a particularly good day to remind the British establishment that in Scotland, it is the people who are sovereign. Not the Parliament and not the King, but the people. And that's really, really important because our sovereignty as Scots and people who live in Scotland means that we have the right to self-determination. And like all other human rights, it's a right that is universal. The right to self-determination is not a right that uniquely Scotland cannot claim. And I say that no matter what the United Kingdom Supreme Court may have said in a recent court case, which I think was both misconceived and misguided. Scotland has the right to self-determination because the union between Scotland and England is a union of consent. So it's a union that can be ended by the will of the people living in Scotland. And no 25-year-old Devolution Act, no British government and no court can ever deny that basic democratic reality. The union which we currently have with England is 300 years old. So it's constitutional nonsense to say that it can only be brought to an end by a referendum backed by a Section 30 order from an Act of Parliament that's only 25 years old. We need to move away from going cap in hand to the British government asking for a Section 30 order. And instead, we need to find another democratic way to express our sovereignty. Now, it's really fantastic to see so many people here today. And like my fellow speakers, we encompass members from several different parties and people who aren't a member of a political party at all. Now, I'm a Scottish National Party MP. That's what I was elected as, and that's what I intend to stay. But for me, it is always country before party. So my loyalty is to my country, the people who live in it, and our Yes movement. Now, our movement for self-determination has come a long way in the last 10 years, and the SNP has had a huge role to play in that. And I know the SNP have hit a bit of a bump in the road at the moment, and we face some challenges, but I can tell you this, no matter how big those challenges are, the SNP is a party with a proud history and some really great people in it, So we're going to sort out our problems and be back in the vanguard of the independence movement. But it's important to remember today that the movement for independence is much bigger than the SNP, and it exists independently of the SNP. Now, in recent days, Alex Salmond has made the point that 10 years ago, this time 10 years ago, the SNP was enjoying support in the high 40s, while support for independence languished at around 30%. But despite the SNP suffering a bit of a dip in the polls, and I think we can make that up, independence now still enjoys sustained support in the high 40s. And I think that's really important. Now, I remember very well in 2012 attending the launch of the Yes campaign 2 years before the referendum. And I remember it because it took place in the cinema complex at Fountain Bridge, which is now just across the road from my Edinburgh South West constituency office. And at the time the independence campaign, the Yes campaign, was launched, support for independence was at 28%. And I have to tell you that despite all the excitement and the hype of the launch of the independence campaign, I was gloomy because I thought we faced an impossible task. But I was wrong. I was completely wrong about that, because support went from 28% to above 50%, and we nearly won in 2014. And even though we didn't win, we've delivered an independence movement that, despite all our ups and downs, is still extremely strong. But unfortunately, that's the good news. Here's not the bad news, but the more challenging news. Support in the high 40s is not enough. What we need to do, and the challenge we face, is to build that support. And in order to do that, we need to bring the sort of people that I meet day in, day out in my constituency who aren't yet convinced of independence. We need to bring them with us. And we ought to be able to do that because these people are disgusted. They're disgusted with Brexit. They're disgusted with the existence of fuel poverty in an energy-rich country. And they're disgusted by the ethical vacuum at the heart of the Conservative and Unionist Party. So we ought to be able to persuade these people because they know that Scotland can and should do better. But these people aren't yet convinced because they've got big questions about the economy of an independent Scotland, big questions about cross-border trade, and big questions about going back into the European Union. So there's a lot of hard work to be done answering those questions. And I give you my word today that I'm going to continue to work hard to try and make sure that the Scottish National Party and the Scottish Government use the power invested in us by the Scottish people to answer those questions. You also have my word that I will continue to use such influence as I have within the SNP to make sure the party sorts out its internal problems and devises a strategy that will enable us to hold and win an independence vote. Now, on that issue, like many issues, my friend and my colleague Ash Regan, who spoke earlier, was right during the SNP leadership campaign. She was right that now that the route to another independence referendum is closed off, we need to make sure that at every election, every British general election and every Scottish election, the Scottish National Party and the other pro-independence parties put the issue of independence front and centre in our manifestos. So that in every election, the issue of independence is front and centre until we win a mandate to negotiate with the British government. Now, credit where credit's due. That is the idea that Ash advanced with great courage during the SNP leadership campaign. It's a great idea, and I was really interested to read in The National yesterday that even some of my colleagues who were once implacably opposed to this idea have suddenly been converted to it now and think it's a good idea. And I think that should give us real cause for optimism. So enjoy your day out, keep your spirits up, and go home to your constituencies and prepare for an election on the question of independence. Thank you.
Great speech again there for Joanna. Now, before the Carlton Jug Band come on, we've got a wee speech, 2 or 3 minutes. We're going to do some technical stuff around the stage as well. It's a good friend and comrade of mine for Dundee. He's a welfare worker, a long-standing supporter of Scottish independence. And this is the first big speech he's done at an event like this. So again, give him a good rousing indie welcome to Alan Hendricks for Dundee.
Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you very much, folks. The Colonial Governor, Mr. Alistair Union Jack, said that the silent majority of Scots will be celebrating the coronation today. He said that we'll all be out there because it's the silent majority who will be celebrating this. Is this true? Is there any closet monarchists out there? Is anybody going to be swearing allegiance to this imbecile, this witless dauphin, this morose cloth-eared idiot who married his horse and thinks that we should talk to plants? The man's a complete embarrassment, and this is the absolute death of the United Kingdom, that you have this idiotic ceremony attended by morons down south who seem to think that we should all be forelock-tugging peasants and bow down to this man because of who his ancestors were. If things had turned out differently today, it would have been Prince Andrew who was being crowned king, instead of Charles, who's Jimmy Savile's pal, who's we're getting now. So this is what we have. We're being ruled by a criminal mafia who's have a history of slave trading, have a history of imperialism, whose crown is studded with the blood of millions of people around the world. So I think it's important for us today to take the message from where we are today and say we're not giving up on independence. Gandhi didn't give up on independence for India. Martin Luther King didn't give up on independence. The suffragettes didn't give up, all because Westminster said no. And we should not be giving up on this fight because it's one we will win. All we need to be is united, not to attack one another. And absolutely, we all just have to go out there in our workplaces, in our social clubs, and give the message that independence is coming. It's going to happen, but it's not going to happen in Holyrood. It's not going to happen in Westminster. It's going to happen on the streets of Scotland, everywhere, from Inverness, all the way down south to the Solway Firth, and from east to west, from Glasgow to Dundee to Stirling to Drumnadrochit, and many other places that we've got to go. So it's important that we all stay unified and that we have our purpose. And we say to the Tories, and we say to Keir Starmer, and we say to the Labour Party, and we say to every other person who says that we have to stay in this union, we're not for saying independence is coming. Keep up the fight. Thank you very much.
That's no bad for a first major speech at a rally like this. You know, the tradition of Radical Dundee, we are the Radical Toon. That's what we were known back in the 18th century. And it was us that was actually responsible for launching the Reformation as a people's Reformation, when we took down Greyfriars Kirk in Dundee. Now, I think the technical glitches have actually been sorted out, so I think I can now confidently hand over to the Carlton Jug Band, a great band that are well known on the Glasgow circuit and also within the indie movement. So again, put your hands together for the Carlton Jug Band.
So we'll start away with a wee song that's got a kind of sing-along chorus. So hopefully we'll all sing along to it. It should really be, I would think, Glasgow's new anthem. And judging by the weather today, definitely. Suddenly it all went quiet. So during this song, what we'd like you all to do is after the first verse, if you start stripping off your clothes very slowly. Someone told me long ago, there's a calm before the storm. I know that way for quite some time. When it's over, so they say, and it'll rain a sunny day. I know, shining down like water. Have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down on a sunny day. Years ago when days go by, sun is cold and rain is high. I know. Forever on it goes, through the circle fast and slow. I know it can't stop, I wonder. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Down on a sunny day. One more time. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down on a sunny day. West.
my sweet home in Glasgow. 1 and 1 is 2, 62 is 8. Come on, brother, don't you wake me away. Hey, baby, don't you want to go now? Back to that dear green place, my sweet home in Glasgow. Come on. Come on, brother, can't you see what I see? Hey, hey, baby, don't you want to go back to that same old place, straight home in Glasgow? Woo!
Called Hound Dog. I'd like to dedicate it to all those using and abusing hound dogs in Westminster. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Hound dog. Well, you can wag your tail, but I ain't gonna feed you no more. You said that you was high class, I just see that. You said that you was high class, I just see that. And Daddy, I know you ain't no real cool cat. You ain't nothing but a hound dog down my door. You ain't nothing but a hound dog down my door. Well, you can wag your tail, but I ain't gonna feed you no more. Come on, Bert. You ain't nothing but a hound dog down my door. You ain't nothing but a hound dog down my door. Well, you can wag your tail, but I ain't gonna feed you no more. On the guitar. You your tail, but I ain't gonna feed you no more. You know you make me feel so blue, you make me weak and moan. You know you make me feel so blue, you make me weak and moan. You ain't looking for a woman, all you looking for is a home. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, whoop, round my door. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, whoop, round my door. Well, you can wag your tail, but I ain't gonna feed you no more. Well, you can wag your tail, but I ain't gonna feed you no more. Thank you.
Well done, everybody.
Thanks very much to the Carlton Jug Band. They were brilliant, weren't they? Now we're going to have Colette Walker up to say a few words. She's the leader of the ISP Independence for Scotland Party. So if you just give us a couple of wee minutes. He said, is that a hound dog? I don't think it is. Or maybe it is, how do I know? Anyway, 2 minutes, right? And this is Colette Walker. There you go. Big hand.
Good afternoon, Glasgow. How you doing? Are you a bit drooky? I don't know about you, but walking down Glasgow today, seeing everybody marching, made sure that reinforced how proud I am to be Scottish. Before I go on, I just want to thank everybody that organised today, everybody that made this possible, everybody from all under one banner, so give them a big cheer. And I'd like you to give a big cheer to all the Yes bikers who greeted us when we came into Glasgow Green. So, while down in England, Charles and Camilla are celebrating becoming King and Queen of England, I'm celebrating 3 years of ISP tomorrow. It's not easy setting up a political party, but at the end of the day, when you're a proud Scot and you want independence, sometimes you have to go that extra mile. So I decided to set up ISP to try and work with other independent supporting parties to get us to independence. It hasn't happened yet, but it will, because we're all going to come together and we are going to make it happen. Aren't we, Scotland? So just now, I would just like to thank all my members, my exec, for all their hard work over the past 3 years. It's not easy, but it's been a great privilege, and I would like to thank them personally for all their hard work and supporting me in the past 3 years. Now, while England were preparing for the coronation, seemingly it's happening today, but there you go. ISP since January have been trying to stop the Stone of Destiny from going down to England, going down to London. But sadly again, we were stopped in our tracks by, guess what? Our Scottish Parliament, because we tried to put a petition up in our Scottish Parliament, and they came back telling us that the Stone of Destiny was owned by the monarchy. The English crown, not the Scottish crown. So when our Scottish Parliament don't even tell us our proper and true history, what hope have we got? So we need to then get our history right. We are the crown. We are sovereign. We are Scottish. While we were trying to stop the Stone of Destiny, it brought me back to about 7-8 years ago when my son was in the Scouts and he had to do his statement with the Scouts and he had to pledge allegiance to the Queen. Well, guess what? I wasn't going to have him pledging allegiance to the Queen. And guess what? I was the first person in Scotland to stop them from saying his pledges to the Queen. So, one thing I will say is people and our voices matter. When you own something like we own Scotland, speak up, be proud, and we will win. So my son was the first person to declare that he was not pledging allegiance to the Queen. So we all must stand our ground. So the statement being, we need to know our history. We need to know our facts, because nobody can then say otherwise, because we know otherwise. So this is the time that all political parties, no political parties, organisations like Salvo, Liberation Scot, SSRG, Commonweal, we all come together and we fight, because at the end of the day, we can only do it if we work together. It's not one party, it's not one person, it's every single one of us that's here today. And I'll end on this note. We have the Declaration of Arbroath and we have our claim of right, and it is our claim of right. So I'm declaring today that we claim our Scotland back. Thank you.
Another great speaker there. Now we've got a real treat for you. Robin McAlpine, a major figure within the independence movement, a think tank for the independence movement, putting forward the ideas that can actually create the Scotland that we all want, the threat of a good example, compared with the disgusting shit show that we have down south. Put your hands together for Robin McAlpine.
Why is I still doing here? Why is no at the pub? I'd be at the pub, that's that. I'm just going, my kids are furious I'm still here. I promised we'd be back home. I know. Right, listen, we needed this today. If there was one thing the independence movement needed desperately at this time, it was that today. It was to remind them we're still here. It's to remind them we've gone nowhere. But even more than that, it's to remind them that we are in a strong position in Scotland and we're still there. We've got difficulties going on now, obviously, with things that are happening in independence and round about it. And folk are getting their heads down. And I'm only going to say one thing, because I'm going to be off in a minute here. I'm only going to say one thing. I do political strategy for a living. And my message to everybody right now is nothing has changed. We still have a situation in Scotland where we have the capability, if we get our act together, we have the capability of converting 60% of this population to supporting independence. We've got a solid 45. We know there are another 10% who have at some point supported independence, so we know we can do that again. And believe me, because I've seen the public attitude work, there's another 5% that we can take over the top of that. 60% puts this to bed. What's the difference between it happening and no happening? Well, I'm just going to say a good old-fashioned Scottish Presbyterian thing. See, if you don't know what to do, work. We need to work. We need to get our act together. We need to start listening to the voters, asking them what it is that is stopping them from crossing the road to become full, hardcore, long-term independent supporters. And see what they tell us, we need to do that. And if they tell us they want answers, we need to give them answers. And if they tell us that we want to understand how this makes their life better, we need to tell them how this makes their life better. We've spent too long gazing at our own navels and worrying about what we are going to do, and it is time now to get the work done, to turn ourselves outwards to the voters that we need to engage with. We need to talk to them, we need to ask them, and we need to work. And if we do that, if we get our act together, we recognise what we've got and what we have to do. We've got the skills, the talent, and my God, we've got the enthusiasm and the numbers to put this to bed. So yes, I'm talking to a lot of people just now, and they've got their heads down, and they're worried. And there's people in the newspapers saying it's over for a generation. And it could be. And the difference between it being over and not being over is one simple thing. It's us. We do this or we don't. We fix this or we don't. And I'll tell you one thing to finish up. We are now in a situation where no one is coming to rescue us. There is no white knight and a horse coming over the hill. We cannot just get ourselves down to the beach, light a rescue fire and hope someone comes. Nobody's coming. It's down to us. We will take this by the scruff of the neck. We will get it together and we will win it or we won't. It's down to us. Stop looking over your shoulder. Stop asking who's going to fix this. We will fix this. And when we do, we will deliver that Scotland that all of us want, where I don't have to drive in here with my eyes closed, hoping that I don't see houses absolutely festooned with Union Jacks, because it breaks my heart. Work like you're in the early days of a better world. Nobody ever said anything better. But right now, independence movement, work like you know we can deliver this, and we can deliver this soon. Don't lose faith. We will do this. Thanks, everybody.
Great stuff there for Robin McAlpine. The next speaker that we've got is Craig Murray. Craig Murray was jailed. He's our Julian Assange. We owe a debt of gratitude to Craig Murray for the work that he has done in exposing the iniquities of the Scottish and British judicial system. It needs reform. It needs reform now. I'll hand over to Craig Murray.
Thank you. Thank you. Lovely to see you. It's great. I'm back and we're back, and the independence movement is firmly on the march again. You know, today is Coronation Day. And I walked today with you. We marched from one side of Glasgow city centre, clean through the city centre to the other side of the city centre, and I didn't see one single butcher's apron on the way on Coronation Day in Glasgow. What does that say about this city? If you were looking at your television now, you'd be seeing all the people buggering about in London, all the floozies, all the people in their lace, in their velvet, in their gold braid, with their medals they never earned, and their silly hats with plumes, and Charlie in his sparkly bonnet sitting on his chair above the old cistern stone they think belongs to us. You'd see all that, and it looks laughable, and it is laughable. It's nothing to do with this day and age. But there's the hard power of the British state behind it. And that hard power is not laughable. That hard power is vicious and calculating. And that hard power of the British state is the enemy of the people of Scotland. is our only enemy. The only enemy of the Scottish people is the government of the United Kingdom. And anybody who believes that the government in London and the establishment in London will ever willingly give up Scotland, give up our fantastic natural resources, give up the talent of our people, give up our seas, give up our lands, they will never give that up. We have to take independence for ourselves. Independence does not lie through London. Independence lies in Scotland and in Scotland alone. If you believe, as I believe, that Scotland is a nation with the right of self-determination, then by definition, Scotland does not need the permission of London to become independent. And anybody who goes to London asking for permission does not truly believe in Scottish independence. Independence is achievable. Independence will be achieved by the people of Scotland. We need, as a movement, to unite. We need, as a movement, to move forward. We need to not be distracted by the day-to-day trials and tribulations of the political class, because that has nothing to do with Scottish independence or the people of Scotland, which is a much bigger and more important cause, but is about the very freedom of a nation. It is the most fundamental question you can have. And I believe that today has shown that we are back on the march again. Scotland is moving forward and independence is coming. Thank you.
We've got two musical acts, but one just now is called Bobby Nicol. We've got another 4 speakers, and then a final musical act. So please hang around for these guys, because they're great. So give a big warm welcome to Bobby Nicholson. I should have got a joke ready for that, because he's not ready, and I never got a joke ready either, so we're a bit unready. Ethel read the unready, whatever that is. I've heard it before, but I'm not really that sure what it is.
This one.
It's all under one banner, the unready, more like. Right, cheers for Bobby.
This is a song about the similarity between pandas at Edinburgh Zoo and Edinburgh politicians. Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. Panda porn out on loan, go and see the pandas. Me and you form a queue, go and see the pandas. There's kangaroos, cockatoos, tigers and piranhas. But go and see the pandas. When you go, mind the roads, they're digging up the tarmac. Streets are blocked, shops are shut, but go and see the pandas. Where's the trams? What's the plans if you're looking for the answers? Go and see the pandas. Go and see the pandas. Go and see the pandas. They're overfed, they're interbred, they're antisocial bastards. Then go and see the pandas. There ain't a Houston, Holyrood. Go and see the pandas. The arse around the chew bamboo. Go and see the pandas. There's trees, lakes, pearly gates, funny shaped verandas. Go and see the pandas. Welcome to the concrete zoo. Go and see the pandas. They scrape and crawl, they do fuck all. Go and see the pandas. All the while, down the mile, they're scranning your bananas. Go and see the pandas. Go and see the pandas. Go and see the pandas. Overfed, interbred, antisocial bastards. Go and see the pandas. Thanks, guys, so much. This song doesn't need an introduction. You know what it's about as soon as I sing the first line. BBC, stuff your bloody licence fee. All you do is lie to me, so stuff your licence, BBC. I recall when I was wee, sitting on my mammy's knee, Captain Pugwash on the main, shaft the cat and semen stains. I mind the magic roundabout. What the hell was that about? And why are we supposed to pay for Downtown Abbey anyway? BBC, stuff your bloody licence fee. All you do is lie to me, so stuff your licence, BBC. Somebody told me Downton Abbey was actually on ITV, not BBC, but I don't care, I never watched it anyway. Sticking to the right-wing line, loading guests on question time. Panorama, news at 10, actors' voices for Sinn Féin. BBC, stop your bloody licence fee. All you do is lie to me, so stuff your licence, BBC. You don't have to let them pass your threshold, by the way. They have no right to enter your house, whatever they say. And when you lied on Indie 1 about the pensions and the pound, 5,000 gathered to complain, but you reported 38. BBC, stuff your bloody licence fee. All you do is lie to me, so stuff your licence, BBC. Jimmy Savile, Prince Andy, stuff your licence, BBC. £145 and 50p. It was the last time I paid it, but that was over 9 years ago. It's probably went up by now. Stuff your licence, BBC. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. For this next song, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to imagine I'm a dog. And you've got to imagine I'm a dog living in a Kilmarnock housing estate. And my name is Bullet. And I'm a Staffordshire Terrier. Bull at the dog. Am. Bull at the dog. Am. Bull at the dog. Am. Bull at the dog. Marvin gets his money every second week. He's drinking in the bar round the block. Dana isn't happy, she's starting to greet, so I've zero chance of getting my walk. You want to hear the language and the verbal abuse. Marvin's getting over the phone. What with all the garbage lying round the house, I can't even find my phone. 'Cause I'm Bull at the dog, I'm the one and only. Bull at the dog, I can tell you stories. Bull at the dog, it would pure amaze you. Bull at the dog, all these cats are crazy. Well, guys get their heads kicked down the road. The neighbour's getting done for skag. Dana's chucking dishes off the kitchen wall 'cause she doesn't have enough for fags. I know what's going to happen when he gets through the door. There's going to be some trouble to come. I've tried to do the bolt a dozen times before, but I'm addicted to my pedigree chum. 'Cause I'm Bull at the dog, it would pure amaze you. Bull at the dog, all these cats are crazy. Bull at the dog, they're always getting bothered. Bull at the dog, they're always getting collared. Drugs and violence, police sirens, fights over football teams, drills and roadworks, wains with fireworks, smashed windows down the scheme. DWP, RSVP, SSPCA. If you think it's a dog's life, try taking this tripe every single fucking day. Bull at the dog, I'm the one and only. Bull at the dog, I could tell you stories. Bull at the dog, it would pure amaze you. Bull at the dog, all these cats are crazy. Bull at the dog, they're always getting bothered. Bull at the dog, they're always getting collared. Bull at the dog, well it would pure amaze you. Bull at the dog, all these cats are crazy. Thank you very much, guys. My best.
Great for Bobby, wasn't it? I just want to introduce the next speaker from the Alba Party.